You've been searching for so long, haven't you? Searching for peace that lasts, for answers that make sense. For over 2,000 years, Buddhist masters have shared stories, simple, profound Zen stories that cut through complexity and point directly at truth. Stories about mustard seeds and muddy ponds, about rafts and flowers, about monks who discover freedom in the simplest moments. These aren't fairy tales. They're mirrors. Each one reflects something you already know, but may have forgotten in all your searching. The Buddha taught that most suffering comes not from what happens, but from our endless grasping for something to make us whole. Like walking with a stone in your shoe, at first it bothers you, then it hurts, and if you don't stop to remove it, it wounds you. But we don't stop. We search harder, grip tighter, until one day something whispers, "Stop." And when you finally stop searching, everything you need begins to arrive. For the next few hours, let these ancient stories guide you home. Share where you're listening from. Grab something cozy and let yourself stop searching. There's a story the Buddha once shared with one of his disciples. It's simple, but it holds everything you need to understand about balance, about effort, about how to live without breaking yourself in the process. This disciple was intense, dedicated, the kind of person who gives everything to what they believe in. He had come to the Buddha seeking enlightenment, and he approached his practice the way he had approached everything else in his life, with absolute, unrelenting effort. He meditated for hours without moving. He barely ate. He pushed himself past exhaustion, past discomfort, into something that looked like discipline, but felt like punishment. And still, he wasn't finding peace. If anything, he was becoming more frustrated, more tense, more trapped inside his own striving. One day, the Buddha noticed this. He sat down beside the disciple and asked him a simple question. "Before you came here, didn't you play the lute?" The disciple nodded. He had been a musician, a skilled one. The Buddha smiled gently. "Tell me, when you played, how did the lute sound best? When the strings were very tight, or when they were very loose?" The disciple thought about it. "Neither," he said. "If the strings are too tight, they break. If they're too loose, they don't make any sound. The lute plays best when the strings have just the right tension." The Buddha nodded. "Your mind is the same. If you strain it too much, it will break. If you let it go completely slack, nothing will happen. But if you find the right balance, not too tight, not too loose, that's when the music begins." And in that moment, the disciple understood. He had been living at one extreme, thinking that was the only way to be serious, to be committed, to be worthy. But the Buddha wasn't asking him to stop trying. He was asking him to stop forcing. This teaching, this image of the lute strings, is one of the most beautiful in all of Buddhism because it applies to everything. Your relationships, your work, your expectations of yourself. When you hold too tightly, things snap. When you don't care at all, nothing grows. But when you find that place in between, where you're engaged, but not desperate, present, but not clinging, that's where life starts to flow. Let me bring this into your world right now, because that's where it matters most. Think about waiting for a message from someone you care about. Maybe you had a difficult conversation. Maybe there's tension. And now you're waiting, checking your phone, refreshing, wondering. The tight string, obsessing, imagining every worst-case scenario, unable to focus on anything else. The loose string, shutting down completely, telling yourself you don't care when you do. The right tension, acknowledging that you care, that it matters, but also giving yourself permission to be present with your own life while you wait. Not forcing an outcome, not pretending you're unaffected, just holding it lightly. Or think about someone in your life who you keep hoping will change. Maybe it's a partner who doesn't listen the way you need them to. Maybe it's a parent who still treats you like a child. Maybe it's a friend who takes more than they give. The tight string, trying to fix them, control them, convince them, explain yourself over and over until you're exhausted. The loose string, cutting them off completely, walking away without ever expressing what you need. The right tension, being honest about your boundaries, saying what's true for you, and then releasing your attachment to whether they change or not. Loving them without needing them to be different. Or, if that's not possible, creating distance without bitterness. This is what the Buddha meant by the middle way. It's not about being moderate in some bland, lifeless sense. It's about finding the place where you're fully alive, fully engaged, but not strangling yourself or anyone else in the process. And here's the thing. This balance isn't something you find once and keep forever. It shifts. Some days you'll need to tighten the string a little. Some days you'll need to loosen it. The practice is in noticing, in adjusting, in being honest with yourself about what's actually happening, not what you think should be happening. That honesty, that willingness to keep checking in, is where the real strength lives. Because you're not running on autopilot anymore. You're not reacting from old patterns. You're choosing, moment by moment, how much to hold and how much to release. And that's not weakness. That's mastery. So, as you listen to this, ask yourself, where am I holding too tight? Where have I let go too much? And where, maybe, am I starting to find that place in between. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to be willing to notice, to adjust, to tune yourself like an instrument until the sound that comes out is true. Now, you might be wondering why this is so hard, why finding that balance feels almost impossible sometimes. And the answer, at least in part, is this. It goes against everything most of us were taught. Many of us grew up with a very specific idea of what it means to be strong. If something hurts, you push through it. If you're exhausted, you keep going. If you want something, you fight for it until there's nothing left to give. We learn that stopping means failing, that letting go equals losing, that softening is the same as being weak. And maybe you've lived like that for years, gritting your teeth, proving you can handle it, never allowing yourself to rest. But somewhere along the way, something started to feel wrong. Not the kind of wrong that comes from doing something bad, but the kind that comes from doing something that no longer fits who you're becoming. The thing is, we were taught to equate strength with force, with resistance, with never backing down. And in some situations, yes, that matters. But when you apply that same energy to everything, to every emotion, every relationship, every moment of uncertainty, you don't become stronger. You become exhausted. Buddhism looks at this completely differently. In the Buddhist view, letting go isn't weakness. It's one of the most profound acts of wisdom a person can practice. Not letting go because you've given up. Not letting go because you don't care. But letting go because you've finally understood that holding on is causing you harm. There's a difference between surrendering to life and surrendering your life. One is wisdom, the other is defeat. And the Buddha spent his entire teaching life helping people understand which is which. When you let go in the Buddhist sense, you're not abandoning yourself. You're not saying, I don't matter, or my needs don't count. You're saying something much more powerful. I matter too much to keep hurting myself this way. Think about the things you hold on to. Maybe it's a relationship that's been draining you for months. Maybe it's a job that doesn't align with who you are anymore. Maybe it's a version of yourself you've been trying to become, but deep down, you know it was never really you. And you stay. Not because it's working, but because leaving feels like admitting defeat. But here's what the Buddha understood. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stop. Stop forcing. Stop pretending. Stop fighting against what's already clear. That's not giving up. That's waking up. There's a teaching in Buddhism about right effort. It's part of the Noble Eightfold Path, and it's often misunderstood. People think it means you should always be trying, always striving, always pushing forward. But that's not what it means at all. Right effort means knowing when to act and when to release, when to speak and when to stay silent, when to hold on, and when to let the rope slip through your fingers. It's the difference between a clenched fist and an open hand. One can't receive anything. The other can hold the entire world without grasping. So if you've been told your whole life that letting go makes you weak, I want you to hear this clearly. The people who taught you that were probably exhausted too. They were holding on because they didn't know there was another way. And now you do. You can stop fighting without stopping caring. You can release control without losing yourself. You can soften without breaking. And that's not defeat. That's freedom. So how do you actually do this? How do you hold something? A hope, a relationship, a dream, without strangling it? The Buddha gave us another image. He spoke about holding a rope. If you grip it too tightly, your hands hurt. The rope burns your skin. You can't move freely because all your energy is going into holding on. If you let go completely, the rope slips away. Whatever you were trying to guide or steady is gone. But if you hold it with a soft hand, firm enough to feel it, loose enough to let it move, you can work with it. You can respond. You can let it shift when it needs to without losing your connection to it. This is what it means to release without surrendering. You're not giving up on what matters. You're giving up on the illusion that strangling it will keep it safe. And I know how hard that is. Because when something matters to you, your first instinct is to protect it, to control it, to make absolutely sure it doesn't slip away. But the tighter you hold, the more fragile everything becomes. I've watched people destroy relationships by trying too hard to keep them. I've seen people burn out from jobs they loved because they couldn't let themselves rest. I've known so many who've turned something beautiful into something suffocating, not because they didn't care, but because they cared so much they forgot how to breathe. And the sad truth is this: what you strangle, you kill, even if you're doing it out of love. So letting go, really letting go, isn't about caring less. It's about trusting more. Trusting that you can handle whatever comes. Trusting that if something is meant to stay, it will. Trusting that your worth isn't determined by how tightly you can hold on. And most of all, trusting that peace matters more than control. In Buddhism, this is sometimes called non-attachment. But that word can sound cold, distant, like you're supposed to stop caring about anything. That's not it at all. Non-attachment means you can love fully without needing to possess. You can want something without being destroyed if it doesn't come. You can care deeply while also accepting that not everything is yours to control. It's not detachment. It's freedom. So here's the question I want to leave with you as we move forward together. What are you holding right now that you could hold a little more softly? Not let go of completely, not abandon, just loosen your grip on. Maybe it's an outcome you've been obsessing over. Maybe it's a grudge you've been carrying. Maybe it's a version of yourself you keep trying to force into existence. What would happen if you just softened? If you let yourself hold it like you'd hold something precious but fragile, with care, but without crushing it? You don't need to have the answer right now. You don't need to do anything at all. Just notice. Just wonder. Because the practice of letting go isn't a single moment. It's 1,000 small choices to keep your hand open instead of clenched. And each time you choose openness, you're choosing freedom. You're choosing trust. You're choosing to live like the lute string that's tuned just right, ready to make music, ready to respond, ready to be exactly what this moment needs. Not broken, not slack, just alive. But what happens when the pain is so deep, you can't imagine releasing it? The Buddha understood this too. One of his most powerful teachings came from a mother's unbearable grief. There are stories that cross centuries, not because they're dramatic, but because they touch something achingly human. Something we all recognize the moment we hear it. This is one of those stories. A woman had lost her child, her only son, a little boy she had carried, nursed, watched take his first steps, a child whose laughter filled their home, whose small hand fit perfectly inside hers. And one day, without warning, he became ill, and then he was gone. The pain was so immense, so completely unbearable, that she couldn't accept what had happened. She held his small body in her arms and refused to believe he was dead. She rocked him. She sang to him. She spoke to him as if he could still hear her. And then she began to search for help. She went from house to house, carrying her child, asking everyone she met if they knew of any medicine, any remedy, anything that could bring him back to life. The neighbors didn't know what to say. Some turned away, unable to look at her grief. Others tried to be gentle, to tell her what she already knew but couldn't hear. But she wouldn't listen. She couldn't. Finally, someone told her about the Buddha. If anyone can help you, they said, it's him. So she went, desperate, carrying her son's body in her arms. And when she found the Buddha, she fell at his feet and begged him. Please, she said, please use your power, your wisdom, whatever you have. Just bring my son back to me. I know you can do this. Please. The Buddha looked at her with infinite gentleness. He didn't tell her she was wrong to ask. He didn't lecture her about acceptance or the nature of death. He simply said, I will help you, but first, I need you to bring me something. Her heart leaped. Anything, she said. Whatever you need. Bring me a mustard seed, the Buddha said. Just one, but it must come from a house where no one has ever died. A mustard seed. So simple, so small. Relief flooded through her. Of course she could do this. She would find 100 mustard seeds if that's what it took. She ran to the nearest house and knocked on the door. Please, she said, I need a mustard seed. Do you have one? Of course, they said, and brought her a handful. But wait, she remembered. Has anyone in this house ever died? The family looked at each other. Yes, they said quietly. My father passed away last year. So she thanked them and moved to the next house. Do you have a mustard seed? And has anyone here died? My sister, they told her, 2 years ago. She went to another house. My husband. Another, my mother. Another, my child. House after house after house. Street after street. And at every door, the same answer. Everyone had lost someone. By the time the sun began to set, something in her had shifted. Not because the pain had disappeared, it was still there, sharp and deep, but because she had finally seen what she hadn't been able to see before. Death wasn't something that had singled her out. It wasn't a punishment or a cosmic mistake. It wasn't an exception. It was part of being human. Every family she had spoken to carried their own grief. Every home held memories of someone who was no longer there. Every person she met understood exactly what she was feeling because they had felt it too. She stopped searching for the mustard seed. Instead, she carried her son to a quiet place and said goodbye. Not because the love had disappeared, it would never disappear, but because she finally understood that holding on to his body wouldn't bring him back. That the only thing her grief was keeping alive was her own suffering. When she returned to the Buddha, she no longer carried her son. Her hands were empty. Her eyes were full of tears. But there was something else there now too. Understanding. The Buddha looked at her with deep compassion. "Did you find the mustard seed?" he asked gently. "No," she said. "I understand now. There is no house untouched by death. I thought I was alone in this pain, but I'm not. Everyone carries this. Everyone." And in that moment, something transformed. Not the circumstances. Her son was still gone, but her relationship to the loss. She had let go, not of her love, but of the belief that her grief made her separate from the rest of humanity. She had discovered that her pain, as deep as it was, connected her to every other person who had ever loved and lost. And somehow, That made it possible to breathe again. This story isn't just about one woman's grief. It's about all of us. About the things we hold on to because letting go feels impossible. The Buddha didn't give that mother a lecture about impermanence. He didn't explain the philosophical nature of suffering. He gave her an experience. He let her discover for herself what no words could have taught her. That suffering is universal. That loss is part of the fabric of being alive. And that recognizing this doesn't diminish your pain, it transforms it. Because when you understand that everyone you meet has lost something, has grieved something, has carried something unbearable, your pain stops isolating you. It starts connecting you. Think about your own life for a moment. The losses you've experienced, not just death, but all the other kinds of loss too. The relationships that ended, the dreams that didn't work out, the versions of yourself you had to leave behind, the people who walked away, the opportunities that closed, the innocence you can't get back. And maybe when those things happened, you felt like you were the only one. Like somehow life had been unfair specifically to you. Like if you had done things differently, been better, tried harder, you could have prevented it. But what if, like that mother, you went door to door? What if you asked everyone you met, have you ever lost something you loved? What would you find? You'd find that the person sitting next to you on the bus is carrying grief from a relationship that ended 5 years ago. That your co-worker who always seems fine lost a parent and still hasn't processed it. That the stranger you pass on the street is struggling with a dream they had to let go of. Everyone is carrying something. Everyone has loved and lost. Everyone knows what it feels like to have life take something away without asking permission. And this is what Buddhism teaches us. Not that pain doesn't matter. Pain absolutely matters. But that the story we tell ourselves about the pain is what determines whether it isolates us or connects us. The Buddha didn't ask that mother to stop loving her son. He asked her to release her attachment to a reality that no longer existed. To stop fighting against what had already happened. To accept what is, even when what is breaks your heart. And there's a crucial distinction here that we often miss. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you forget. It doesn't mean the love disappears. Letting go means you stop demanding that reality be different from what it is. That mother could have spent the rest of her life in that state of denial, holding on to her son's body, refusing to accept what had happened. And in a way, that would have been a form of love, fierce, protective, unwilling to surrender. But it would have been a love that kept her trapped, a love that turned into suffering. When she finally let go, the love didn't disappear. It transformed. It became something she could carry without it destroying her. A memory instead of a weight. A tenderness instead of a wound that wouldn't heal. This is what Buddhism means by non-attachment. It's not about becoming cold or distant. It's about loving fully while also accepting that everything changes, that nothing stays, that holding too tightly doesn't keep things safe. It only hurts your hands. And the most powerful part of this teaching is this. Your pain, as personal as it feels, as unique as it seems, is actually what connects you to every other human being who has ever lived. When you grieve, you're not separate from the world. You're part of it. You're experiencing what it means to be human, to love, to lose, to continue anyway. So many of us suffer twice. Once from the actual loss, which is real and painful and unavoidable, and then again from the belief that we shouldn't be feeling this way, that something is wrong with us for struggling, that everyone else has it figured out, and we're the only ones falling apart. But you're not the only one. You never were. The person you admire who seems to have everything together, they've lost something too. The friend who always knows what to say, they've carried grief you've never seen. The stranger who smiled at you this morning, they're holding something heavy too. We're all walking around carrying invisible losses, invisible griefs, invisible heartbreaks. And maybe if we remembered that more often, we'd be gentler with each other and gentler with ourselves. The Buddha's teaching through that mother wasn't just about death. It was about every form of attachment that causes suffering. Every time we cling to how things should be instead of accepting how they are. Every time we hold on to a version of someone that no longer exists. Every time we refuse to let a chapter end because we're terrified of what comes next. Letting go is an act of courage. It's saying, "This hurts, and I wish it were different, but I'm going to stop fighting against reality." It's choosing to live in what is, instead of what was, or what should have been. And here's what makes this so profound. When you finally release your grip on what you've lost, you create space for what's actually here. For the people who are still beside you, for the beauty that still exists even in your grief, for the possibility that life, even in its brokenness, can still hold meaning. Your pain doesn't separate you from the world. It connects you to it. It makes you more human, more tender, more able to recognize suffering when you see it in others. And that recognition, that shared understanding, is where compassion is born. So if you're carrying something heavy right now, if there's a loss you're still struggling to accept, I want you to know this. You're not alone. Not in your pain, not in your grief, not in the exhausting work of trying to let go of something you never wanted to lose. Everyone who has ever loved has also lost. Everyone who has ever hoped has also been disappointed. Everyone who has ever lived has had to say goodbye to something they wanted to keep. And somehow, impossibly, we continue. We learn to carry our losses differently. We discover that love doesn't require possession. We find that memories can be gentle instead of piercing. We realize that letting go doesn't mean the love was wasted. It means we're finally honoring it by setting it free. The mustard seed the Buddha asked for didn't exist. There is no house untouched by loss. But that's not a tragedy. It's a truth that, when we finally accept it, sets us free. The Buddha once asked his student a simple question. If a person is struck by an arrow, is it painful? The student nodded. It is. The Buddha continued. If that same person is then struck by a second arrow, is it even more painful? Again, the student nodded. It is. Then the Buddha said something that has echoed through 2,500 years. In life, we cannot always control the first arrow. However, the second arrow is our reaction to the first. The second arrow is optional. Picture what he's describing. You're walking through your day, going about your life, when suddenly something happens. Someone says something that cuts deep. You receive news you weren't expecting. Your body hurts in a way it didn't before. A plan falls apart. Someone you love is distant. That's the first arrow. It strikes you out of nowhere. You didn't see it coming. You didn't choose it. And it hurts. Really hurts. The pain is clean, direct. This happened, and it stings. But then, and this is where everything shifts, you reach for the second arrow. You pick it up yourself. You load it. You aim it directly at your own heart. And you shoot. Why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? This shouldn't be happening. I should be over this by now. Other people don't struggle like I do. What if this never gets better? Arrow after arrow after arrow, all of them self-inflicted. The Buddha explained it this way. When an untrained person is touched by painful feelings, they sorrow, grieve, lament, beat their breast, become distraught. So they feel two pains, physical and mental. Just as if someone shot them with an arrow and right afterward shot them with another one, so that they would feel the pains of two arrows. But a trained person, someone who has learned to observe without adding unnecessary suffering, when touched by painful feelings, they do not sorrow, grieve, or lament. They do not become distraught. They feel one pain, physical, but not mental. Think about the last time something really hurt you. Maybe it was criticism from someone you care about. The first arrow, their words, already stung. But then what did you do? Did you replay the conversation 50 times, each time feeling worse? Did you imagine what you should have said? What they must think of you? What this means about your worth? Did you lie awake that night, chest tight, running through scenarios that hadn't even happened yet? That was you shooting yourself with the second arrow. And the third, and the fourth. Or think about physical pain. Maybe your back hurts. That's the first arrow, the actual sensation in your body. But then your mind takes over. This is going to get worse. I'm getting old. My body is failing me. What if I can never do the things I love again? The pain in your back is still there. That's real. But now you've added fear, anxiety, grief for a future that hasn't happened, shame about aging, panic about loss of ability. The first arrow was bad enough, but the second arrow, the one you picked up yourself, is what makes it unbearable. A woman recently shared her experience with this teaching. She had forgotten her laptop at home and didn't realize it until she arrived at work. First arrow, an inconvenient mistake. But then the second arrows came fast. I'm constantly losing things. I shouldn't be trusted with anything. I'm so stupid. I'm going to get fired. She called a friend in tears, drowning not in the reality of having forgotten her laptop, but in the story she was telling herself about what that meant. This is what we do. We take a moment of pain and we build a cathedral of suffering around it. We don't just feel the hurt, we judge ourselves for feeling it. We catastrophize about what it means. We spin stories about our unworthiness. We project into a terrible future. And the Buddha looked at this pattern, this very human, very understandable pattern, and said something revolutionary. You don't have to do this. The first arrow is inevitable. Pain is part of being alive. Loss happens. Bodies hurt. Hearts break. Plans fail. People disappoint us. That's the first arrow, and there's no avoiding it. But the second arrow? That one you can put down. The mind has a voice you've probably heard your entire life without really noticing it. It's the voice that appears the instant something doesn't match what you wanted or expected. This shouldn't be happening. You wake up feeling anxious, and the voice says, "This shouldn't be happening." Someone cancels plans and the voice says, "This shouldn't be happening." Your body aches in new ways, and the voice says, "This shouldn't be happening." Your career isn't where you thought it would be. Your relationship feels distant. Your mind won't quiet down, and underneath all of it, that same refrain, "This shouldn't be happening." And from that one thought, a war begins. It's not loud. No one watching you would know that inside your mind, you're fighting a battle that never stops. You're arguing with reality itself. You're running through what you should have done differently. You're asking why, over and over again, as if the answer would change anything. Why is this happening? Why now? Why me? This is the internal war the Buddha recognized. The exhausting, invisible struggle that happens when you stand in the middle of your experience and say no to it. When you demand that this moment be different from what it is. And here's what makes this so painful. That resistance, that fighting against what's already here, doesn't change anything. It just makes you tired. Think about how much of your mental energy today went into wishing things were different. Wishing you weren't so anxious. Wishing that meeting had gone better. Wishing you could skip ahead to when everything feels easier. Wishing you were someone who didn't struggle so much. All that wishing, all that resistance, all that mental thrashing against what already is. The Buddha saw this pattern so clearly it became foundational to everything he taught. He said that suffering arises not just from difficult circumstances, but from our resistance to those circumstances. Pain is inevitable. That's the first arrow. But suffering, that's what happens when we pick up the second arrow and shoot ourselves with it again and again. It's the difference between "my chest feels tight" and "my chest feels tight and something must be wrong with me, and what if I'm having a heart attack, and why am I always so anxious, and normal people don't feel like this." Can you feel the difference? The first is direct experience. Uncomfortable, yes, but clean. The second is that experience buried under layers of resistance, judgment, fear, and story. That's where the real suffering lives. There's a teaching in Buddhism about right effort, part of the Noble Eightfold Path, and it's often misunderstood. People think it means you should always be trying, always striving, always pushing forward. But that's not what it means at all. Right effort means knowing when to act and when to release, when to engage and when to let be, when to hold on and when to open your hand. It's understanding that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is stop fighting. Not because you've given up, not because you don't care, but because you've finally understood that this particular battle, the one against reality itself, is one you can never win. Reality always wins. So when your mind says, "This shouldn't be happening," you have a choice. You can pick up that second arrow. You can spiral into the story, the judgment, the catastrophizing, the self-blame. Or you can notice that voice, acknowledge it, and gently put the arrow down. This moment is what it is. And all your resistance won't change that. What it will change is how much you suffer while it's happening. So what do you do instead? How do you actually stop reaching for that second arrow when everything in you wants to fight? You start with something the Buddha taught as the foundation of all transformation. Observation without judgment. You look at what you're feeling with gentle awareness. Not to make it go away, not to fix it or understand it or transcend it, just to see it clearly. You notice, you name it, you acknowledge it without spinning a story on top of it. This is here. That's the practice. This feeling, this discomfort, this pain, this fear, it's here right now. Not because you're broken, not because you did something wrong, not because life is unfair, just because it is. And then, if you can, you add one more thing. This is here, and I don't have to fight it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to want it. You just have to stop demanding that it disappear immediately. You can let it be here without going to war with it. When you do this, when you stop adding resistance to what you're already feeling, something shifts. The feeling doesn't necessarily vanish, but it changes. It becomes something you can be with instead of something you have to escape. It's like holding a frightened bird. If you grip it tightly, it panics more, struggles harder, hurts itself, trying to get away. But if you open your hands, if you stop gripping, often it calms down. It realizes it's not trapped, and sometimes it just sits there in your open palm, breathing, resting, before it flies away on its own. That's what happens with difficult feelings when you stop resisting them. They don't have to fight so hard, because you've stopped making them the enemy. A trained person, the Buddha said, feels the first arrow, but doesn't shoot the second one. They feel the physical pain, the emotional hurt, the disappointment, the fear, all of it. But they don't add the layer of resistance that turns pain into suffering. They don't say, "This shouldn't be." They say, "This is." And that simple shift from resistance to acknowledgement changes everything. This doesn't mean you become passive. It doesn't mean you stop taking action or setting boundaries or working toward change. It means you stop wasting your energy on the one battle you can never win, the battle against this present moment. Because this moment already is. You can hate it. You can judge it. You can wish with all your heart it were different. But none of that changes the fact that it's happening. What does change when you stop resisting is how you move through it. You move with more clarity, more presence, more ability to respond skillfully instead of react from pain. When suffering finds no resistance, it begins to transform. Not because you've done something clever, but because you've stopped feeding it with your fight. So the next time you feel that first arrow strike, and it will, again and again, because that's life, pause before you reach for the second one. Notice what's happening in your body. Notice the stories starting to spin in your mind. Notice the urge to fix, to escape, to make it different, right now. And then, as gently as you can, put the second arrow down. Say to yourself, "This is hard, and I don't have to make it harder. This hurts, and I don't have to hurt myself more. This is what's happening right now, and I can let it be what it is." That's the practice. That's how you train yourself to feel one arrow instead of 50. Not by becoming invulnerable to pain. You're human. You'll always feel the first arrow. But by learning not to wound yourself further with resistance, judgment, and the exhausting demand that reality be other than it is. The first arrow will come. That's guaranteed. But the second arrow, that one is always optional. And when you finally understand this, really understand it, not just intellectually, but in your bones, you discover a freedom you didn't know was possible. The freedom to feel pain without adding suffering. The freedom to be with what is, without needing it to be different. The freedom to put down the arrows you've been carrying and simply breathe. But our minds don't just resist what's happening now. They try to control what hasn't even happened yet. There's a teaching the Buddha shared with his monks that stayed alive for over 2,000 years. Not because it's complicated, but because it's so startlingly true. It's the story of a man and a boat. This man was traveling through the countryside when he came to a wide, fast-flowing river. On the side where he stood, there was danger, uncertainty, threats, discomfort. But across the river, on the far shore, he could see safety, peace, everything he was looking for. The problem was obvious. There was no bridge, no ferry, no easy way across. He looked around at what was available. Branches and logs scattered along the bank, vines and reeds growing nearby. He worked carefully, thoughtfully, using everything he could find. And slowly, with effort and patience, he built himself a raft. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't beautiful, but it was sturdy enough to hold him. He climbed onto it, used his hands and feet to paddle, and made his way across the river. The current was strong, but the raft held. And after some time, exhausted but relieved, he reached the other side. He pulled himself onto the shore and looked back at the river he'd just crossed. His heart filled with gratitude. That raft had saved him. Without it, he never would have made it across. And then, a thought occurred to him. This raft has served me so well. It saved my life. How can I just leave it here? He lifted the raft onto his back. It was heavy, waterlogged wood, tangled vines, awkward and unwieldy. But he felt he had no choice. This raft had gotten him to safety. He couldn't just abandon it. And he walked through the forest, along the path, carrying this heavy, dripping raft on his shoulders. His back ached, his legs trembled, his breathing became labored. But he kept going, convinced that he needed to hold on to what had once been useful. The Buddha told this story and then asked his monks a simple question. What would you think of this man? Is he acting wisely? The monks all said, no. It would be foolish to carry a raft over land. The raft served its purpose. It got him across the river. But once he reached the other shore, the wise thing would be to set it down and continue without it. The Buddha nodded. In the same way, he said, my teachings are like a raft, useful for crossing over, but not to be carried once you've reached the other side. This teaching isn't just about spiritual practices or philosophies. It's about everything we hold on to long after it's stopped serving us. Think about your own life. What are you still carrying that once helped you cross a river, but now only weighs you down? Maybe it's a belief about yourself that protected you as a child, but now limits you as an adult. I have to be perfect to be loved. That belief might have helped you survive a difficult home, might have kept you safe when approval felt like survival. But you're not in that home anymore. You've crossed that river. And still, you're carrying that raft on your back, letting it crush you under its weight. Maybe it's walls you built to survive betrayal. The armor you wore to get through a painful time. It worked. You made it across. But the river is behind you now, and you're still dragging that heavy protection everywhere you go, wondering why connection feels so hard. Maybe it's a job you've outgrown, a relationship that's become more obligation than joy, a version of yourself you're trying to maintain even though you've changed, a dream you're forcing yourself to chase even though your heart isn't in it anymore. These things served you once. They got you across a river you needed to cross. And you're grateful. You should be grateful. But gratitude doesn't mean you have to carry them forever. The Buddha's teaching is clear. When something has served its purpose, honor it by letting it go. Don't cling to it out of loyalty or fear, or the belief that you owe it something. Set it down, thank it, and walk forward lighter. The man carrying the raft doesn't understand this yet. By refusing to let go of what got him across the river, he's making the rest of his journey impossible. He's so focused on holding on to what worked before that he can't see the path ahead. He's so burdened by what was useful that he has no energy left for what comes next. Maybe that's where you are right now. Exhausted, struggling, wondering why everything feels so heavy. Not because you're weak, not because you're failing, but because you're carrying a raft through a forest, and you've been doing it for so long you've forgotten there's another way. What if you set it down? What if you looked at everything you're holding, all the beliefs, the identities, the strategies, the protections, the plans, and asked yourself honestly, is this still helping me, or am I just afraid to let it go? Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is set something down. Even something that saved you. Even something you're deeply grateful for. You can honor what it gave you and still recognize that carrying it any further will break you. Understanding this pattern is one thing. Breaking free from it is another. Most of us live with an illusion so deeply embedded we don't even notice it. The belief that if we can just control enough, plan enough, prepare enough, predict enough, we'll be safe. That if we hold tightly enough to what's worked before, we won't have to face the unknown. The mind does this naturally. It looks for patterns. It tries to predict. It wants to know what's coming, so it can prepare, defend, avoid pain. And when it finds something that works, a strategy, a belief, a way of being, it grips it like a lifeline. This kept me safe before, so I need to keep doing it. This worked then, so it must work now. If I let go of this, what will I have left? Here's what the Buddha understood that most of us resist. Control is an illusion. Everything changes. Everything is in constant motion. Nothing stays fixed. Nothing remains the same. Nothing can be held onto, no matter how tightly you grip. This is one of the core teachings of Buddhism, impermanence, or anicca in the ancient language. And it's not meant to be depressing. It's meant to be liberating. If everything changes, that means your pain will change too. That difficult season you're in won't last forever. That feeling that seems unbearable right now will shift. Nothing, not even suffering, is permanent. But we resist this truth with everything we have. Because accepting it means accepting that we can't control what happens. We can't guarantee that people will stay. We can't ensure that our plans will work out. We can't protect ourselves from loss, from change, from uncertainty. And that's terrifying. The Buddha didn't pretend otherwise. He didn't say, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." He said something much more honest, much more useful. He said, "You will face loss. You will face uncertainty. You will face change. The question is not how to avoid these things. You can't. The question is how you meet them. Think about how much energy you spend trying to control what you can't control. You replay conversations in your head, trying to figure out what someone really meant, as if understanding would give you power over what happens next. You plan obsessively, running through scenarios, trying to predict every possible outcome, as if enough preparation could guarantee success. You check your phone constantly, refreshing for news, for updates, for some sign that things are going the way you need them to go. You lie awake at night, mind racing through problems you can't solve right now, as if worrying about them counts as doing something about them. All that mental energy spent trying to control the uncontrollable. And at the end of it, you're exhausted and things still unfold however they're going to unfold. There's a deeper truth underneath all this grasping for control. Fear. Fear that if you don't hold everything together, everything will fall apart. Fear that if you stop trying to manage every outcome, disaster will strike. Fear that the universe, left to its own devices, is not safe. The Buddha saw this fear clearly. He understood that the root of our suffering is craving, and part of that craving is the desperate desire for certainty, for permanence, for control over an inherently uncontrollable world. What he offered instead wasn't a way to gain more control. It was a way to need it less. Here's what the Buddha taught about real power. The kind that doesn't evaporate the moment circumstances change. You can't control whether you get that job, but you can control how you prepare, how you show up, how you respond if the answer is no. You can't control whether someone loves you back, but you can control whether you're honest about your feelings, whether you treat them with kindness, how you handle disappointment if they choose differently. You can't control whether your body stays healthy, but you can control how you care for it, how you speak to yourself when it struggles, whether you meet illness with compassion or with shame. You can't control the economy, the weather, other people's choices, the passage of time, or the fact that everything you love will eventually change. But you can control this breath, this response, this moment of kindness, this choice to be present instead of lost in worry about what might happen tomorrow. That's where your real power lives. Not in managing the external world, but in tending to your internal one. When you stop wasting energy trying to control what you can't, you suddenly have energy for what you can. For responding with clarity instead of reacting from fear. For being present with what's actually happening instead of fighting against what might happen. For meeting difficulty with steadiness instead of panic. The Buddha taught that true security doesn't come from controlling circumstances. It comes from trusting yourself to handle whatever circumstances arise. That's a completely different kind of safety. It's not the safety of knowing everything will go according to plan. It's the safety of knowing that even when plans fall apart, you'll find your way through. It's not the safety of preventing all pain. It's the safety of knowing you can bear pain when it comes, without being destroyed by it. It's not the safety of controlling the river. It's the safety of learning how to navigate it. Imagine how different your life would feel if you woke up tomorrow and stopped trying to control everything. If instead of spending your mental energy worrying about outcomes, you focused it on being present with what's actually in front of you. If instead of bracing against uncertainty, you relaxed into it, trusting that you have what you need to respond to whatever comes. If instead of carrying that heavy raft because it once saved you, you set it down with gratitude and walked into the forest with lighter shoulders. That's the invitation here. Not to stop caring about outcomes, not to become passive or detached, but to shift where you place your trust. Stop trusting in your ability to control the uncontrollable. Start trusting in your ability to meet life as it comes. The river will keep flowing. The weather will keep changing. People will make their own choices. Your body will age. Loss will visit you again. You can't stop any of that. But you can stop exhausting yourself, pretending you can. And when you finally let go of the illusion of control, when you stop carrying rafts that are only weighing you down, when you trust yourself instead of trying to control everything around you, that's when real peace becomes possible. Not the fragile peace that depends on everything going right, but the deep peace that remains even when things go wrong. The peace that comes from knowing you can handle what comes. The peace that lives in letting go. And learning to trust yourself begins with something very quiet, very simple. It begins with the practice of letting go. One morning, thousands of years ago, the Buddha gathered his disciples on a mountainside. They came from all over, monks and students, seekers and skeptics, people who had traveled long distances just to hear him speak. They settled onto the ground, arranging themselves in the traditional way, waiting for the teaching to begin. The Buddha sat before them in silence. Minutes passed. More minutes. The crowd shifted, uncertain. Everyone expected words, wisdom, explanations, instructions. That's what teachers do. They teach with words. But the Buddha remained silent. Then, slowly, he reached down and picked something from the grass beside him. A single flower. White petals, simple and perfect in its ordinariness. He held it up between his fingers at eye level and simply looked at it. That was all. He didn't speak, didn't explain, didn't offer commentary or context. Just held the flower, present with it, as if nothing else in the world existed in that moment. The assembly grew uncomfortable. People glanced at each other, confused. Some wondered if they'd missed something. Others waited for the explanation that surely must be coming. A few grew impatient, thinking perhaps the Buddha had lost his way. That age had finally caught up with him. But one disciple, his name was Mahakasyapa, looked at the Buddha holding that flower, and something opened inside him. He smiled. Not a polite smile or a confused smile. A smile of sudden, complete understanding. A smile that said, "Oh, yes, I see." The Buddha saw this smile and nodded. Then he spoke his only words of the entire teaching. "I have the treasure of the true Dharma I, the marvelous mind of nirvana, the true form of formlessness, and the ineffable stride of transcendence. It is not expressed by words, but especially transmitted beyond teaching. This teaching I have given to Mahakasyapa." And that was it. The teaching was complete. This story, known as the Flower Sermon, has been passed down through Zen Buddhism for centuries. Not because it's easy to understand, but because it points to something that can't be captured in language. Some truths aren't explained. They're experienced. Letting go is like that. You can read about it, hear about it, understand the concept intellectually, but until you actually do it, until you feel what happens in that moment of release, the words are just pointing at something you can't quite grasp. Think about Mahakasyapa sitting on that mountainside, watching the Buddha hold a flower. What did he understand that the others didn't? Maybe he understood that the Buddha wasn't teaching about the flower at all. He was demonstrating presence. Pure, complete attention to what is without needing it to be anything more than it is. The flower wasn't a metaphor for enlightenment. It was just a flower. And in that moment, being fully present with just a flower, not analyzing it, not philosophizing about it, not trying to extract meaning from it, that was the teaching. This is what letting go actually looks like. Not dramatic, not earth-shattering, just the quiet act of being with what is without needing to grasp it, control it, understand it, or make it into something else. When you can hold your life the way the Buddha held that flower, with attention, with presence, but without clinging, you've understood something no explanation can teach. The other disciples were waiting for words because words feel safe. Words can be memorized, repeated, held onto. But the Buddha knew that what they truly needed couldn't be given through explanation. It could only be received through direct experience. Mahakasyapa smiled because in that silence, in that simple gesture, he experienced what it means to be fully present without grasping. And once you've experienced that, once you've felt what it's like to encounter life without immediately trying to hold it, change it, or run from it, everything shifts. The teaching wasn't in the flower. It was in the holding and the letting go happening simultaneously. This is the practice. Not learning how to let go through steps or techniques, but experiencing what happens when you stop gripping, even for a moment. When you can be with your anxiety without needing it to disappear. When you can feel sadness without making it mean something's wrong with you. When you can experience uncertainty without scrambling to create false certainty. When you can hold your life lightly enough to really feel it. That's the flower sermon happening in your own experience. Not because someone explained it to you, but because you've touched it directly. And maybe right now, reading these words or hearing this story, you still don't fully understand. That's okay. Mahakasyapa was the only one who smiled that day. The others didn't get it yet. But the teaching was still given to all of them. Sometimes you receive a teaching years before you understand it. Sometimes you have to live through more rivers before the raft metaphor makes sense. Sometimes you have to feel 100-second arrows before you recognize when you're about to shoot yourself again. The Buddha held up a flower. One person smiled. And 2,500 years later, we're still talking about it. Not because we can explain what happened, but because something in us recognizes that there's a truth there worth pointing toward. The practice of letting go isn't about mastering a technique. It's about having moments, maybe brief, maybe fleeting, where you experience what it feels like to be fully present without clinging. And once you've felt that, Even once, you can't unknow it. You've tasted freedom, and you'll spend the rest of your life learning how to come back to that experience again and again. Here's what most people don't understand about letting go. They think it should be obvious when it happens. Dramatic. A moment of clarity where suddenly everything feels different. But that's not how it usually works. Letting go is quiet. It happens in small, almost invisible ways that you might not even notice at first. A thought that used to loop endlessly in your mind, "I should have said this," or "Why did they do that?" simply stops repeating one day. You don't make it stop. It just loses its grip on you. A resentment you've carried for years becomes less heavy, not because you forced yourself to forgive, but because somewhere along the way, without you noticing exactly when, the weight started to lift. An old identity you've been clinging to, "I'm the responsible one," or "I'm the one who never gets it right," begins to feel less solid. Less like truth and more like a story you've been telling. This is how transformation actually happens. Not all at once, not dramatically, but through small moments of release that accumulate over time until one day you realize you're not carrying what you used to carry. The Buddha taught observation as the foundation of all practice. Not forcing change, but watching what happens with clear, kind attention. When you observe a thought without getting swept into it, something loosens. When you notice a physical sensation without immediately trying to fix it, something softens. When you see a pattern in yourself without judging it, something begins to shift. This is the invisible work. The practice that doesn't look like practice because nothing dramatic is happening. You're just sitting with what is, breathing, noticing, not trying to make anything happen, but also not running away. And in that space, that small gap between stimulus and reaction, freedom grows. Imagine you're holding a stone in your hand. Your fist is clenched around it, gripping it so tightly your knuckles have gone white. You've been holding it so long you've forgotten what it feels like to have an open hand. Now imagine you simply relax your fingers. You don't throw the stone away. You don't make a big gesture. You just stop gripping. What happens? The stone falls. Naturally, effortlessly. Not because you forced it to fall, but because once you stopped holding it, gravity did what gravity does. That's what letting go feels like when it's real. Not a big effort to release something, not a dramatic moment of surrender. Just the quiet experience of realizing you've been gripping something and then choosing, gently, without fanfare, to open your hand. And the thing you've been holding, it releases itself. This is why trying to force yourself to let go never works. Because forcing is just another form of gripping. You're still clenched, just in a different direction. Real letting go happens when you stop doing, when you allow rather than force, when you open rather than push away. The practice trains you to recognize when your hand is closed. That's all. Just noticing, oh, I'm gripping this. I'm holding on to this thought, this hurt, this need to control, this fear. And in the noticing itself, sometimes the grip loosens. Not because you made it happen, but because awareness has a natural way of softening what we hold too tightly. Over time, you get better at recognizing the sensation of gripping versus the sensation of allowing. You start to notice sooner when you're clenching around something, and you learn slowly through practice, through many attempts, how to relax your hand. This is the invisible transformation the Buddha pointed to when he held up that flower. Not a change you can see from the outside, but a fundamental shift in how you relate to your own experience. The actual practice is simpler than most people expect. Which doesn't mean it's easy. Simple and easy are different things. But it's not complicated. Throughout your day, you'll notice moments when you're gripping something. Maybe it's a conversation that didn't go the way you wanted. Your mind keeps replaying it, trying to figure out what you should have said differently. That's gripping. Maybe it's anxiety about something happening next week. Your thoughts spiral into all the things that could go wrong. That's gripping. Maybe it's frustration with yourself for not being further along, not having it more figured out, not being the person you think you should be by now. That's gripping. When you notice this happening, and notice is the key word here, pause. Take a breath. Just one. Let it be deliberate. Then ask yourself honestly, is holding on to this helping me, or is it hurting me? Not whether you think you should let it go, not whether someone else would tell you to release it, but genuinely, in this moment, is gripping this thought, or feeling, or story, making your life lighter or heavier? If it's making it heavier, see if you can soften your grip just a little bit. You don't have to let go completely. You don't have to force it away. Just loosen your hold, like opening your fist slightly around that stone. This isn't about perfection. You're not trying to become someone who never grips, never clings, never holds on to anything. That's not human. That's not real. This is about training yourself to notice when you're gripping, and then having the option, just the option, to release a little. Some days you'll notice, and you'll be able to let go. Some days you'll notice, and you won't be ready yet, and that's okay too. The noticing itself is the practice. Over weeks and months and years, these small moments of release add up. You're building a different relationship with your thoughts, your feelings, your life. One where you're not constantly at war with what is. And gradually, so gradually, you might not notice it happening. You'll discover you're carrying less, moving lighter, breathing easier. Not because you've achieved some perfect state of non-attachment, but because you've learned, moment by moment, breath by breath, how to hold your life with an open hand instead of a clenched fist. This practice asks something of us that our culture rarely values: flexibility, the willingness to bend. After a violent storm passed through the countryside, the Buddha walked with his disciples through a forest. The tempest had been fierce, winds that roared through the night, rain that fell in sheets, lightning that split the sky. By morning, when the clouds finally broke, the damage was clear. Everywhere they looked, massive trees had fallen. Ancient oaks with trunks wider than a man's embrace, lying on their sides, roots torn from the earth. Tall pines that had stood for generations, snapped in half like kindling. The forest floor was scattered with broken branches, shattered wood, the debris of things that couldn't bend. These had been the most impressive trees. Strong, solid, the ones you would point to and say, "Those will last forever." But they hadn't. The Buddha stopped walking and gestured toward the destruction around them. Then he pointed to a cluster of willows growing by a stream, their branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. Still standing, unbroken. He pointed to the bamboo grove in the distance, stalks that looked so delicate you'd think a strong wind would snap them in half. Still standing, unbroken. The reeds at the water's edge, thin and flexible, bending almost to the ground in the wind. Still standing, unbroken. "Do you see?" the Buddha asked his disciples. The rigid trees, the ones that refused to yield, that stood firm against the storm, they broke. But the flexible ones, the ones that bent with the wind, that moved with the force instead of against it, they survived. Not because they were weak, because they were wise. This teaching has echoed through Buddhist practice for centuries. Not just as a metaphor, but as a fundamental truth about how to move through life without breaking. We're taught from childhood to be strong. Stand firm. Don't back down. Hold your ground. And those things have their place. Sometimes you do need to stand firm for what matters. But somewhere along the way, many of us confused strength with rigidity. We learned that bending means breaking, that flexibility equals weakness, that if we don't stay fixed in our positions, we'll lose ourselves entirely. And we became like those oak trees, impressive on the outside, strong-looking, but when the real storms came, loss, change, uncertainty, disappointment, we didn't know how to bend. We only knew how to resist. And resistance breaks us. Think about the last time life pushed you in a direction you didn't want to go. Maybe it was a relationship ending, a job you lost, a plan that fell apart, a version of yourself you had to outgrow. Did you bend with it, or did you fight against it? Most of us fight. We dig our heels in. We say, no, not this, not now, not like this. We stand rigid against the wind of change, believing that if we just don't move, if we just refuse to yield, eventually, reality will bend to us instead. But reality doesn't bend. It just keeps blowing. And when you refuse to move with it, eventually something snaps. The willow trees the Buddha pointed to, they're not weak. They're deeply rooted. But they know something the rigid trees don't. You can stay rooted while still bending. You can keep your core intact while adapting to what comes. You can be both strong and flexible at the same time. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. Our culture gets this backwards constantly. We admire people who never give up, who stay the course, no matter what, who hold their ground. And sometimes that stubbornness serves us well. But more often, it just means we're like those fallen oaks, impressive in our rigidity, right up until the moment we break. Real strength knows when to hold firm and when to yield, when to speak and when to stay silent, when to act and when to wait, when to push forward and when to step back. The Buddha taught what he called right effort, not maximal effort, not stubborn effort, but wise effort. Effort that responds to what's actually needed, rather than following some rigid rule about how you're supposed to be. This means there are times to be firm in your boundaries. Times when bending would mean betraying yourself. Times when flexibility would actually be avoidance dressed up as wisdom. But those times are rarer than we think. More often, what we call staying strong is actually just fear of change, dressed up as principle. What we call not giving up is actually just refusing to accept that this particular path isn't working. What we call holding our ground is actually just digging our heels in because we're terrified of the unknown. Think about your daily life. How many times do you hold rigid positions that don't actually matter? You made plans and then something unexpected comes up, and you get upset not because the change is actually a problem, but because it wasn't what you planned. Someone disagrees with you, and instead of staying curious about their perspective, you double down on yours, not because you've thought it through, but because admitting you might be wrong feels like weakness. You have an idea of how you're supposed to be, and when you find yourself being different, you judge yourself harshly, instead of allowing that you're more complex than any single identity. All of that is rigidity. All of that makes you brittle. All of that sets you up to break when real storms come. The bamboo the Buddha pointed to bends almost to the ground in strong winds. But its roots hold. Its core remains intact. And when the wind passes, it springs back up, unbroken. That's the practice. Not abandoning who you are, but learning to move with what comes instead of shattering against it. In your everyday life, flexibility looks very ordinary. Your schedule gets disrupted, and instead of spending your energy being frustrated, you adapt and find a different way forward. Someone criticizes you, and instead of immediately defending yourself or collapsing into shame, you pause and consider whether there might be truth in what they're saying. A thought arises that contradicts what you've always believed about yourself, and instead of shutting it down, you let it sit there, curious about what it might be showing you. Your body changes, ages, hurts in new ways, and instead of fighting against it or hating it, you adjust how you move through the world, finding new ways to be present in this form you have. Someone you love makes a choice you don't understand, and instead of needing them to explain themselves or change their mind, you let them be who they are, even when it's not what you would choose. None of this means you don't have preferences. None of this means you stop having opinions or boundaries or desires. It means you hold them lightly enough that when reality shows up differently than you expected, you can move with it instead of breaking against it. The willow tree has a shape, a structure, a way of being. But when the wind comes, it doesn't insist on maintaining that exact shape at all costs. It bends. It sways. It allows the wind to move through it. And when the wind stops, it returns to itself. Not damaged, not traumatized by having bent, just itself, having moved with what came and survived because of it. You can do this too. You can bend in the face of change without losing your essence. You can adapt to what comes without abandoning who you are. You can be flexible and still be strong. In fact, the Buddha would say, you can only be truly strong when you're flexible. Because strength that can't bend is just brittleness waiting to break. The practice is simple, though not always easy. When you feel yourself stiffening against something, digging in, resisting, insisting that things must be a certain way, pause. Ask yourself, am I being firm because this truly matters to who I am? Or am I being rigid because I'm afraid of what it means to bend? If it's fear, if it's just habit, if it's the part of you that thinks yielding equals losing, see if you can soften just a little. See if you can sway instead of snap. Not every hill is worth dying on. Not every change is a threat. Not every disagreement requires you to win. Not every unexpected shift means you're losing your way. Sometimes bending is how you stay whole. Sometimes flexibility is the only thing that saves you. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is move with what comes, instead of insisting it should be different. The storm will come again. That's guaranteed. Life will push you in directions you didn't plan for. People will disappoint you. Plans will fall apart. Your body will change. Nothing stays fixed. You can stand rigid against all of that and eventually break. Or you can learn to bend, to sway, to move with the wind while staying rooted in who you are. The willows are still standing. The bamboo still grows. The reeds still dance in the breeze. And you can still be here, intact, after the storm passes, not because you refused to move, but because you knew how to bend without breaking. But even when we practice flexibility, there's still that voice in our heads, constant, judging, never quiet. And many of us believe that voice is who we are. There's a voice in your head right now. You know the one. It's been talking for as long as you can remember. It narrates your day, comments on what you're doing, judges what you said 5 minutes ago or 5 years ago, plans what you'll do tomorrow, worries about things that might never happen, replays conversations, creates scenarios, never stops. And somewhere along the way, you started believing something that causes enormous suffering. You started believing that voice is you. But what if it's not? The Buddha taught something radical that modern psychology is only now beginning to understand. He taught that thoughts are events, not identity. They're phenomena that arise and pass away, like sounds or sensations, but they're not who you are. Think about it this way. When you hear a bird singing outside your window, you don't think, "I am that bird song." The sound arises, exists for a moment, then fades. You're aware of it, but you don't confuse yourself with it. Thoughts work exactly the same way. They arise in awareness, exist briefly, then disappear. But because they happen inside your head, because they're made of words and images that feel so personal, you assume they're you. There's a teaching in Buddhism that describes this perfectly. Imagine the sky. The sky is vast, open, unchanging in its essential nature. And through this sky, clouds pass. Some clouds are white and fluffy. Some are dark and heavy with rain. Some move quickly. Others drift slowly. But no matter how many clouds pass through, the sky itself remains unchanged. You are the sky. Your thoughts are the clouds. A thought about how stupid you are? That's a cloud. A memory that makes you cringe? That's a cloud. A worry about something that might happen next week? That's a cloud. And just like clouds, these thoughts don't define the sky. They pass through it, but the sky, the awareness that notices the thoughts, remains untouched. This distinction is everything. Because when you believe you are your thoughts, you have to take every single one of them seriously. You have to defend them, believe them, act on them, be controlled by them. But when you understand that thoughts are just events happening in awareness, you can observe them without being owned by them. Notice what's happening right now as you read this. There are thoughts arising in your mind. Maybe agreement. Yes, this makes sense. Maybe skepticism. I'm not sure about this. Maybe distraction. I need to remember to do that thing later. Those are thoughts. But who's noticing them? That awareness that can observe thoughts, that can watch them come and go, that's closer to who you actually are than any thought could ever be. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught about non-identification with mental phenomena. He wasn't saying thoughts don't exist or don't matter. He was saying don't confuse temporary mental events with your permanent nature. The voice that tells you you're not good enough? It's a thought, not a truth. The narrative that replays your mistakes? It's a pattern, not your identity. The worry that spirals about the future? It's a mental habit, not a prophecy. And once you see this clearly, really see it, not just understand it intellectually, everything shifts. Because you're no longer trapped inside every thought that arises. You have space around them, room to choose which ones to follow and which ones to let drift past, like clouds through an open sky. Understanding this distinction is one thing. Actually experiencing it is another. Imagine you're sitting beside a busy highway. Cars stream past constantly, some fast, some slow, some loud, some quiet. Each car represents a thought. Now here's the question. Do you have to get in every car that passes? Most of us live as if we do. A thought appears, I'm such a failure, and immediately we're in that car, riding with it, letting it take us wherever it's going. Another thought speeds by. What if something terrible happens? And we jump into that one too, abandoning the first car for this new, more urgent vehicle. We spend our entire day jumping from car to car, thought to thought, never realizing we could just sit beside the road and watch them pass. This is what meditation trains you to do. Not to stop thoughts. You can't do that any more than you can stop cars from using a highway. But to stop getting in every single one. A thought arises. I'm anxious about tomorrow. Instead of immediately jumping into that car and letting it drive you to panic, you can simply notice. There's a thought about tomorrow. The thought passes. Maybe another one comes. I said something stupid earlier. Again, you notice. There's a thought about the past. You're not pushing thoughts away. You're not trying to make them stop. You're just observing them without climbing aboard. This might sound simple, but it's revolutionary. Because most of the time we don't even realize we've gotten into the car until we're miles down the road, completely lost in a mental story. Someone cuts you off in traffic and suddenly you're in the car labeled, "They're so rude. People are terrible. This always happens to me. My whole day is ruined." 5 minutes later, you realize you've been having an imaginary argument with a stranger you'll never see again. That's what happens when you identify with thoughts. You get swept away. But when you train yourself to observe, when you practice sitting beside the highway instead of on it, something beautiful happens. Thoughts still arise. The highway is still busy, but you're no longer at their mercy. A critical thought appears, and you notice it's just a thought, not a fact about your worth. An anxious thought shows up, and you see it's just a mental event, not an accurate prediction of the future. An angry thought passes through, and you recognize it's just an old pattern, not who you have to be in this moment. The practice is simple, though not always easy. Throughout your day, whenever you remember, just notice. I'm thinking about work. I'm worrying about money. I'm judging myself. Just naming it, just observing it, creates that crucial space between awareness and thought. That space is your freedom. You don't have to get in every car. You can sit by the road and let them pass. And when you do, you discover something remarkable. The highway never stops being busy. Thoughts keep coming, but you're not exhausted anymore. Because you're not spending your whole life jumping from car to car, thought to thought, letting each one take you somewhere you didn't choose to go. You're just here, watching, aware, free. When you really understand that you're not your thoughts, it changes how you relate to everything that happens in your mind. Not all thoughts are true. In fact, most of them aren't. Some thoughts are just echoes of things people said to you when you were young. Some are fears dressed up as facts. Some are projections, your mind trying to predict the future, and usually getting it wrong. Some are distortions, taking one small thing and turning it into a catastrophe. And yet we believe them. Every single day, we believe thoughts that have no basis in reality. Everyone thinks I'm awkward. Really? Everyone? Or is that just a thought passing through? I'll never figure this out. Never? Or is that fear speaking, not truth? I'm not good enough. Based on what evidence? Or is that an old story you've been carrying so long you forgot it's just a story? The Buddha taught that one of the main sources of suffering is believing things that aren't true. And the mind produces untrue thoughts constantly. It's not doing this to hurt you. It's just doing what minds do, trying to make sense of the world, trying to protect you, trying to predict and plan and avoid danger. But in the process, it creates a lot of fiction. The practice is learning to distinguish between what's actually happening and what your mind is telling you is happening. What's actually happening? You made a mistake at work. What your mind tells you, you're incompetent, and everyone knows it, and you're probably going to get fired, and you'll never find another job, and your life is over. Can you see the difference? The first is a fact. The second is a story. And if you can't tell the difference, you'll suffer over things that exist only in your thoughts. This is the liberation the Buddha pointed toward. Not freedom from having thoughts. You'll have thoughts until your last breath. But freedom from being controlled by them. Freedom to hear the critical voice in your head and recognize it's just an old pattern, not an accurate assessment of your value. Freedom to feel anxiety about the future, And understand it's your mind's way of trying to protect you, but it doesn't mean disaster is actually coming. Freedom to notice jealousy or anger or shame arising, and see these are temporary mental states, not permanent features of who you are. You're not the critical voice. You're the one who can hear it and choose not to believe it. You're not the anxious thoughts. You're the awareness that can hold them without being destroyed by them. You're not the stories your mind creates about your past or your future. You're the spacious presence that can watch those stories arise and pass without getting lost in them. This is what changes everything. Not having fewer thoughts or better thoughts or more positive thoughts, but understanding that thoughts are weather patterns moving through the sky of your awareness, and you, the real you, are the sky itself. Vast, open, unchanged by whatever passes through. And from that spacious awareness, you can choose. Which thoughts deserve your attention? Which ones are trying to help you? Which ones are just old habits that no longer serve? You get to decide. Not because you can control what thoughts arise, you can't. But because you can control which ones you follow, which ones you believe, which ones you let guide your actions. That's not the voice deciding. That's you deciding. And once you know the difference between the two, you're no longer a passenger in every car that drives past. You're standing on solid ground, watching the traffic, fully aware that you can stay exactly where you are. But even with this understanding, there's still something most of us struggle with deeply. The need to know. The desperate craving for certainty that keeps us trapped in our heads, searching for answers that might not exist. "1,500 years ago, a Buddhist monk named Bodhidharma traveled from India to China. He was a master of meditation, a teacher of profound wisdom, someone who had devoted his entire life to understanding the deepest truths of existence. When he arrived, the Emperor of China wanted to meet him. This was Emperor Wu, a man who had built many temples, sponsored countless monks, supported the Buddhist teachings with his wealth and power. He was proud of his contributions and eager to meet this famous master. The emperor asked Bodhidharma, "What is the ultimate meaning of the holy truths of Buddhism?" Bodhidharma replied, "Vast emptiness. No holiness." The emperor was confused. This wasn't the answer he expected. He tried again. "Who stands here before me?" And Bodhidharma gave an answer that has echoed through Zen Buddhism ever since. "I don't know. Not, I am Bodhidharma. Not, I am a monk. Not, I am a teacher who has come to share wisdom. Just, I don't know." The emperor was baffled. How could this great master not know who he was? Wasn't wisdom supposed to be about knowing? But Bodhidharma understood something the emperor didn't. That sometimes the deepest wisdom lives not in the certainty of knowing, but in the openness of not knowing. We live in a culture obsessed with answers, with being sure, with having it figured out. I don't know feels like failure, like weakness, like something to be embarrassed about. But the Buddha taught something entirely different. He taught that clinging to certainty, demanding to understand everything, needing to know before you can act or rest or trust, this is a form of suffering. Think about how much of your mental energy goes into trying to know things you can't possibly know. What will happen tomorrow? What does that person really think of you? Why did that relationship end? What's the right decision? What if you make the wrong choice? What does it all mean? Your mind spins and spins, analyzing, predicting, reviewing, trying to create certainty where none exists. And all that spinning doesn't actually give you answers. It just exhausts you. There's a teaching from the Buddha about a man who gets shot with a poisoned arrow. He's bleeding. The poison is spreading through his body. Death is approaching. But before he'll let anyone help him, he demands to know. Who shot the arrow? What kind of wood is it made from? What family did the archer come from? What direction did it come from? Why did they shoot me? The Buddha said simply, if that man waits for all those answers before he removes the arrow, he'll die first. Some questions don't need to be answered before you can take care of what matters right now. But we do this constantly. We delay living because we're stuck trying to understand. We freeze because we don't have enough information. We suffer because we can't find an explanation that satisfies us. Meanwhile, life is happening. Right now, whether we understand it or not. What if you could be okay with not knowing? Not knowing what someone thinks of you, and being at peace anyway. Not knowing if you're making the right choice, and choosing anyway. Not knowing what tomorrow will bring, and living fully today. Not knowing why something painful happened, and healing anyway. That's the freedom Bodhidharma was pointing toward when he said, I don't know. Not ignorance, not confusion, but a profound peace with uncertainty itself. In Zen Buddhism, they call this beginner's mind, or don't know mind. And it's considered one of the most valuable states you can cultivate. An expert knows a lot. They have answers, opinions, certainties. But that knowledge can become a cage. When you think you know how things are, you stop seeing what's actually in front of you. You see your ideas about reality instead of reality itself. A beginner, on the other hand, doesn't know yet. Their mind is open, curious, ready to be surprised. They see things fresh, without the filter of preconception. This is what Zen master Shunryu Suzuki meant when he said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's, there are few." When you don't know, anything is possible. When you're certain you know, you've closed off every possibility except one. Think about your relationships. How often do you assume you know what someone is thinking, what they're going to say, why they did what they did? And how often are you wrong? When you approach someone with, "I know you," you can't actually see them anymore. You're seeing your idea of them, your story about them, your past experiences with them. But when you approach with, "I don't know," suddenly they become visible again. Fresh, capable of surprising you, real. This doesn't mean forgetting everything you've learned or acting like you have no experience. It means holding what you know lightly. Maybe it's this way, but maybe it's not. Let me stay open. The Korean Zen teacher Soon Shan would ask his students questions they couldn't possibly answer. What is love? Where did your life come from? What will happen tomorrow? And when students would try to give answers, he would shake his head. When they finally said, "I don't know," he would smile. Good. Keep this don't know mind. It is an open mind, a clear mind. Because in that space of not knowing, something remarkable becomes possible. You stop trying to control what you can't control. You stop exhausting yourself with analysis that leads nowhere. You stop demanding that the universe explain itself before you can take the next step. And instead, you become present, available, responsive to what's actually here, instead of what you think should be here. The Buddha himself modeled this. When people asked him questions about things that couldn't be known, what happens after death? Is the universe eternal? He often remained silent. Not because he was refusing to teach, but because some questions lead away from wisdom instead of toward it. Because getting lost in speculation about the unknowable takes you away from the work that actually matters. The work of being present. The work of reducing suffering. The work of responding to life with wisdom and compassion. You don't need to know everything to do that work. You just need to be here. The hardest part about embracing not knowing is that it goes against everything our minds want to do. The mind is a meaning-making machine. It sees patterns, creates explanations, builds narratives that help you make sense of your experience. That's what it's designed to do. But sometimes the mind does this even when there's nothing to understand. It would rather have a wrong answer than no answer at all. Someone doesn't text you back right away, and your mind creates a story. They're mad at me. I said something wrong. They don't want to talk to me anymore. The truth? You don't know. Maybe they're busy. Maybe they forgot. Maybe their phone died. Maybe they're thinking about what to say. Maybe 1,000 things you can't possibly know. But the mind hates that uncertainty, so it fills in the blanks, usually with the worst possible scenario. Or maybe you're facing a big decision. Should you take this job? Move to this city? End this relationship? And your mind wants a guarantee. It wants to know, with absolute certainty, that you're making the right choice. But that certainty doesn't exist. You can gather information, you can think it through, you can trust your gut, but you cannot know the future. You cannot see all the consequences. You cannot predict how you'll feel a year from now, or what opportunities will emerge, or how everything will unfold. And if you wait for that certainty before you choose, you'll be frozen forever. This is where the practice of not knowing becomes incredibly practical. Instead of spinning in your head trying to figure everything out, you can acknowledge the truth. I don't know what will happen. I can't know. And that's okay. Then you make your choice based on what you do know, your values, your needs, your current understanding, and you trust that you'll handle whatever comes next. Not because you've figured it all out, but because you've accepted that figuring it all out isn't possible. The Buddhist teacher Pema Chodron talks about this as learning to sit in the middle of uncertainty without scrambling for solid ground. That scrambling, that desperate grasping for answers, for explanations, for guarantees, is what creates so much of our suffering. What if you stopped scrambling? What if you let yourself rest in the not knowing, the way you might rest in a hammock, swaying gently without needing to grab onto anything? You might discover something unexpected. That not knowing isn't dangerous. That you can be okay without having everything figured out. That uncertainty, when you stop fighting it, can actually feel like freedom. Because when you don't know, you're not locked into one way of seeing things. You're open, present, available to what is, rather than what you expected. Not knowing isn't being lost. Being lost means you think you should know where you are, but you don't. Not knowing is understanding that the territory itself is constantly changing, and no map could ever capture it fully. So you walk anyway, one step at a time, responding to what you encounter, adapting as you go, trusting that you don't need to see the whole path before you can take the next step. That's how Bodhidharma lived. That's what he was teaching when he said, "I don't know." Not that nothing can be known, but that the deepest truths can't be captured in words or concepts. That certainty is often an illusion. That wisdom sometimes lives in the willingness to say, "I don't know, and I'm at peace with that." You don't need all the answers. You never did. You just need this moment. And this moment is enough. But accepting this moment as it is, without demanding it be different, without needing to understand why it is the way it is, that requires something most of us find incredibly difficult. It requires acceptance. The Buddha was traveling with his disciples through the countryside when he became thirsty. He looked at one of his followers and said, "There's a pond nearby. Please bring me some water." The disciple walked to the pond, but just as he arrived, a bullock cart came rumbling through, its wheels churning up mud from the bottom. The water turned cloudy, brown, completely unfit to drink. The disciple returned to the Buddha and reported, "Master, the water is too muddy to drink." The Buddha nodded and said nothing. Half an hour later, the Buddha asked again, "Please, go check the pond." The disciple went back, but this time children were playing in the water, splashing and stirring up more mud. Again, he returned empty-handed. The water is still muddy. The Buddha waited, then asked again. This happened several times. Each time the disciple went to the pond, something was disturbing the water. More carts, more children, the wind creating ripples. Each time he came back frustrated, reporting that the water wasn't clear yet. Finally, on the fourth or fifth attempt, the disciple found the pond perfectly still. The mud had settled to the bottom. The water was clear and clean, reflecting the sky like a mirror. He filled his vessel and returned to the Buddha with a smile. The Buddha looked at the clear water and said, "What did you do to make the water clean?" The disciple thought about it. "Nothing, Master. I just waited. The mud settled on its own." The Buddha nodded. Your mind is exactly like this water. When it's disturbed, when it's agitated, everything becomes cloudy. You can't see clearly. But you don't need to do anything to fix it. Just let it be. Don't stir it up more by fighting with it, by demanding it be different. Give it time, give it space, and it will settle on its own. Still mind, still water. This teaching contains everything you need to understand about acceptance. Acceptance doesn't mean you like what's happening. It doesn't mean you approve of it or want it to continue. It doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. Acceptance simply means you stop fighting against the reality of what is. The disciple couldn't make the water clear by demanding it be clear. He couldn't wish the mud away or argue with the pond about why it should be different. The only thing that worked was allowing the water to be muddy until it naturally cleared. The same is true for your internal experience. You're anxious? That's what's here right now. Fighting against the anxiety, hating yourself for feeling it, demanding that it leave immediately, that's like going into the pond and stirring it up more. You're making it worse. But if you can simply acknowledge, okay, anxiety is here, without adding layers of resistance on top of it, something shifts. The anxiety might not disappear instantly, but it doesn't have to escalate either. It can just be what it is until it naturally subsides. You're sad. You can let yourself be sad without also being angry at yourself for being sad. You made a mistake. You can acknowledge the mistake without spinning into shame about being someone who makes mistakes. Someone hurt you. You can feel the hurt without needing to immediately understand why they did it, fix the relationship, or decide what it means about you. This is acceptance. Not resignation. I guess I'll just suffer forever. But recognition. This is what's happening right now, and I can be with it without making it worse. The Buddha wasn't teaching his disciple to ignore the muddy water or pretend it was clean. He was teaching him that some things clear on their own when you stop interfering. Most of us never learned this. We learned to fix, to change, to control, to make things different as fast as possible. And those skills have their place. Sometimes action is needed. But sometimes, more often than we realize, the action that's needed is no action at all. Just presence. Just allowing. Just letting things settle. Here's another way to understand this. Imagine you're walking outside and suddenly it starts to rain. You had plans for a sunny day. You wanted to sit in the park, to feel the warmth on your face, to enjoy the blue sky. But instead, rain. You have two choices. You can stand there in the rain, furious, shaking your fist at the sky, demanding it stop, complaining about how unfair it is, ruining your mood for the rest of the day because the weather didn't cooperate with your plans. Or you can accept that it's raining. Open your umbrella. Adjust your plans. Maybe find something beautiful about the rain, the smell of it, the sound of it, the way it makes everything look fresh. Maybe go home and read a book instead. Maybe put on a coat and walk in it anyway. Neither choice changes the rain. It's raining regardless of how you feel about it. But one choice leaves you miserable. The other leaves you free to respond skillfully. That's the difference between resistance and acceptance. Life is going to rain on your plans. People are going to disappoint you. Your body is going to hurt sometimes. Things won't always go the way you want. Loss will visit. Change will come, whether you're ready or not. You can spend your whole life raging at the rain, demanding that it stop, making yourself miserable over things you cannot control. Or you can accept that it's raining and choose how you want to be with it. Acceptance is always the first step toward any real change. Because you can't work with something you're refusing to acknowledge. You can't heal what you won't look at. You can't move through something you're constantly fighting against. The pond becomes clear when you stop stirring it. Your mind becomes clear when you stop fighting with what you find there. Your life becomes more peaceful when you stop demanding it be anything other than what it currently is. This doesn't mean you can't want things to be different. Of course you can want that. It doesn't mean you don't take action to change what you can change. It means you start from reality, not from your wishes about reality. This is what's actually happening right now. I accept that. Now, what's the wise response? That's completely different from, this shouldn't be happening. Why is this happening? I can't handle this. Make it stop. One opens a door. The other slams it shut. The Buddha taught his disciple this lesson at the pond because he knew something essential. When your mind is agitated, when you're upset, confused, overwhelmed, caught in difficult emotions, trying to force clarity doesn't work. You can't think your way out of anxiety. You can't analyze your way out of grief. You can't force your mind to be calm by being angry at it for not being calm. Just like you can't clear muddy water by jumping in and thrashing around. The water clears when you leave it alone. Your mind settles when you stop fighting with it. This is one of the most counterintuitive teachings in Buddhism, especially for those of us who have been taught that we should always be doing something, fixing something, improving something. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing. Just be with what is. Let it be muddy. Let it be unclear. Let yourself feel what you're feeling without immediately trying to change it or understand it or make it different. This takes tremendous courage, because sitting with discomfort, allowing things to be as they are when they're painful, that goes against every instinct to flee or fix. But when you can do it, when you can sit beside the pond and wait, instead of jumping in to stir things up more, you discover something profound. The mud does settle. The water does clear. Not because you made it happen, but because you stopped preventing it from happening. Your anxiety does ease. Your sadness does shift. Your confusion does resolve. Not all at once, not on your timeline, but naturally, in its own time, when you stop adding fuel to the fire. The practice is simple, though not easy. When you notice your mind is muddy, when thoughts are churning, emotions are intense, everything feels overwhelming, pause. Don't try to fix it. Don't try to understand it. Don't try to force it to be different. Just be still. Like the Buddha's disciple waiting by the pond. Breathe. Let the mud be muddy. Trust that if you stop stirring, clarity will come on its own. This is acceptance, not as a one-time decision, but as a practice you return to again and again. When the rain comes, you open your umbrella instead of cursing the sky. When your mind is muddy, you wait instead of jumping in to make it worse. When life is difficult, you acknowledge it's difficult instead of demanding it be easy. And from that place of acceptance, not resignation, not giving up, but clear-eyed recognition of what is, you can finally begin to work with your life instead of against it. Still mind, still water. That's where wisdom lives. That's where peace begins. And it all starts with one simple practice. Letting things be as they are, just for this moment, just long enough to see clearly. Then, from that clarity, you can choose your next step. A young monk came to the Buddha in distress. He had been practicing for months, sitting in meditation every day, following the teachings carefully, doing everything he was told. But nothing was happening. He didn't feel enlightened. His mind was still busy. His emotions still turbulent. He saw no progress, no transformation, no sign that any of this was working. "Master," he said, "I've tried so hard. I've done everything you taught. but I feel exactly the same. When will something change? How much longer do I have to wait? The Buddha listened quietly. Then he asked a simple question. Have you ever watched water carve through stone? The disciple was confused. Water and stone? What does that have to do with my practice? Answer the question, the Buddha said gently. When water flows over stone day after day, year after year, what happens? Eventually, the disciple said slowly, the stone wears away. The water creates grooves, channels. Over time, it can even carve through solid rock. Yes, the Buddha nodded. And tell me, does the stone change after the first day? After the first week? After the first month? No, the disciple admitted. For a long time you wouldn't be able to see any difference at all. And yet, the Buddha continued, the work is happening. Every single moment that water touches stone, something is changing. The transformation is real, even when you cannot see it. Your practice is the same. Every time you sit, every time you bring your attention back to your breath, every time you choose awareness over reactivity, you are like water flowing over stone. The changes are happening. They are real. But they happen slowly, quietly, in ways you may not notice until much later. The stone doesn't become a canyon overnight. And you don't become enlightened because you decided you should be enlightened by now. Be patient with yourself. Trust the process. The water is already doing its work. The disciple bowed, and something in him softened. He had been so focused on seeing results, on measuring progress, on knowing whether he was getting anywhere. He had forgotten that transformation happens in its own time, following rhythms deeper than his impatience. He went back to his practice, not because he suddenly felt different, but because he finally understood. Some things cannot be rushed. Some changes happen so slowly, you won't see them from one day to the next. But if you keep showing up, if you keep practicing, if you trust that the work is happening even when you can't measure it, one day you'll look back and realize the stone has been transformed. Not because you forced it, but because you gave it time. This teaching speaks to something most of us struggle with constantly. We hate waiting. We hate waiting for external things. The text message that doesn't come, the job offer that takes too long, the relationship that won't move forward, the pain that won't ease, the situation that refuses to resolve itself on our timeline. But even more than that, we hate waiting for internal changes. You start meditating and expect to feel calm immediately. You begin therapy and want to be healed by next month. You decide to change a habit and get frustrated when it doesn't stick after 3 days. You're working on yourself, trying to be better, putting in effort, and nothing seems to be happening. Or at least, not fast enough. And that waiting feels unbearable, because it feels like wasting time. Our culture has trained us to believe that if we're not seeing immediate results, we're not doing it right. That waiting is what happens when you're not working hard enough, not being strategic enough, not optimizing correctly. But the Buddha taught something completely different. He taught that some of the most important work happens invisibly, slowly, in ways that cannot be measured or tracked or hurried along. Think about a seed planted in soil. For days, weeks, nothing appears above ground. If you dug it up to check on it, you'd kill it. If you tried to make it grow faster, you'd damage it. The only thing you can do is water it, give it light, and wait. But that waiting isn't passive. Underneath the soil, everything is happening. Roots are forming, cells are dividing, energy is gathering. The seed is transforming itself from the inside out. You just can't see it yet. The same is true for your internal growth. You sit in meditation day after day, and your mind still wanders, but something is shifting beneath the surface. You work on being less reactive, and you still snap at people, but slowly, imperceptibly, the pattern is weakening. You practice self-compassion and still judge yourself harshly, but the judgment has a little less power each time. Water carving stone, day after day after day. The problem is, we're looking for dramatic change. We want to wake up one morning and be completely different, calmer, wiser, more patient, fully healed. And when that doesn't happen, we assume nothing is working. But transformation doesn't usually work that way. Real, lasting change happens gradually. It happens through repetition, through showing up again and again, even when you can't see progress. The monk who came to the Buddha was looking at his practice the wrong way. He was measuring himself against some imagined endpoint, enlightenment, peace, perfection. And because he hadn't reached that endpoint yet, he thought he was failing. But the Buddha redirected him. The practice itself is the transformation. Every moment you choose awareness, you're changing. Every moment you return to presence, you're different than you were before. The stone doesn't feel the water working on it, but the work is real. You may not feel yourself changing, but if you're practicing, if you're showing up, if you're trying, if you're choosing differently, even in small ways, you are changing. The waiting isn't wasted time. The waiting is when the work happens. There's something else the Buddha understood about waiting that most of us miss. Waiting isn't empty space. It's not just the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Waiting is its own kind of richness. The seed underground isn't doing nothing. It's germinating. It's gathering what it needs to break through the soil. That time in darkness is essential. The same is true for you. When you're waiting for clarity, you're learning to sit with uncertainty. When you're waiting for healing, you're developing resilience. When you're waiting for things to change, you're discovering what it means to be present with what is. Those aren't consolation prizes. That's the real work. The Buddha didn't tell his disciple, "Be patient, and eventually you'll get what you want." He said something deeper. The transformation is already happening. You're just not recognizing it. Because we think the gift is at the end, when we finally achieve the goal, reach the destination, become the person we're trying to be. But the Buddha taught that the gift is in the journey itself. Every moment you practice patience, you're becoming more patient. Every moment you sit with discomfort without running away, you're building capacity to be with difficulty. Every moment you choose presence over distraction, you're training yourself in a way of being that will serve you for the rest of your life. That's not waiting for something to happen. That is what's happening. The stone doesn't wait to be carved. The carving is what's happening to it, moment by moment, imperceptibly, but absolutely real. You're not waiting to become someone better, someone wiser, someone more at peace. You're becoming that person right now, in this moment, through the very act of practicing. So when you feel frustrated that things aren't moving fast enough, when you want results, proof, evidence that your efforts are working, remember the water and the stone. The water doesn't question whether it's making a difference. It just flows. And over time, impossible things happen. Solid rock gives way. Canyons form. Landscapes are shaped by nothing more than patient, persistent presence. You don't need to see the changes happening. You just need to keep flowing. Keep practicing. Keep showing up. Trust that the work is real, even when it's invisible. And one day, maybe not today, maybe not this month, maybe not even this year, you'll look back and realize the stone has changed. You have changed. Not because you forced it, not because you rushed it, but because you gave it the one thing transformation truly requires. Time, patience, and the willingness to keep showing up even when you can't yet see the results. Water carving stone. That's the practice. That's how lasting change happens. Slowly, quietly, inevitably. There's a species of bamboo that grows in China that teaches one of the most profound lessons about trust. When you plant Chinese bamboo, something remarkable happens. Or rather, something remarkable doesn't happen. You plant the seed in good soil. You water it faithfully. You tend to it, care for it, give it everything it needs. And then you wait. The first year passes. Nothing appears above ground. Not a single shoot. Not a hint of green. Just bare soil, unchanged, as if nothing at all is happening beneath the surface. The second year, the same. You keep watering, keep tending, keep trusting. But still, nothing visible. The third year, the same. The fourth year, still nothing. For 5 years, you see absolutely no evidence that anything is growing. 5 years of showing up, of caring for something that gives you no proof it's even alive. And then, in the 6th year, something extraordinary happens. The bamboo breaks through the soil. And once it starts growing, it doesn't stop. It shoots upward at an astonishing rate, sometimes growing up to 90 feet in just 6 weeks. 90 feet in 6 weeks, after 5 years of apparent silence. But here's what makes this so powerful. The bamboo wasn't doing nothing for those 5 years. It was growing the entire time, just not where anyone could see it. Underground, beneath the surface, invisible to anyone watching and waiting above, the bamboo was building its root system, creating a foundation so vast, so strong, so intricate that it could support 90 feet of growth in a matter of weeks. If the bamboo had tried to grow upward in the first year, it would have collapsed under its own weight. It needed those 5 years of invisible work to create the infrastructure that would allow for explosive, sustainable growth. The farmers who plant Chinese bamboo know this. They don't dig up the soil to check if the roots are forming. They don't abandon the field because they can't see progress. They trust the process. They water the empty-looking soil every single day, year after year, trusting that the work is happening even when there's no visible proof. And eventually, inevitably, the bamboo appears. Not because they believed hard enough, or visualized the outcome, or manifested it into existence, but because they kept showing up to do the work, trusting the natural process even when they couldn't see it. This is what the Buddha understood about transformation. Sometimes the most important growth happens completely out of sight. You practice for months, years even, and nothing seems to change. You still get anxious. You still react. You still struggle with the same patterns. And you start to wonder, is any of this working? But just like the bamboo, you're building a foundation. You're creating roots deep enough to support real, lasting transformation. The work is happening. It's just happening where you can't measure it yet. Every time you sit in meditation, even though your mind is busy, roots growing. Every time you choose not to react, even though everything in you wants to, roots growing. Every time you return to kindness with yourself, after being harsh, roots growing. You can't see it. You can't measure it. But it's real. And one day, maybe not today, maybe not this year, something will shift. And when it does, it won't be gradual. It will feel sudden, like the bamboo shooting up 90 feet in 6 weeks. But it won't actually be sudden. It will be the result of all those invisible years of showing up, of practicing, of building a foundation strong enough to support the person you're becoming. The question isn't whether the growth is happening. The question is whether you can trust it enough to keep watering the soil, even when you see nothing above ground. This kind of trust is hard for most of us, because we've been taught to believe only what we can see, measure, and prove. We want evidence, metrics, data that shows we're making progress. And when we don't have that evidence, we lose faith. But the Buddha wasn't asking for blind faith. He was inviting something much more practical. He said, "Don't believe me because I say it's true. Don't accept these teachings just because they sound wise or because they're written in ancient texts. Test them yourself. Try the practices. See what happens in your own experience." This is experiential trust, not blind belief. You don't have to trust that meditation will help you before you start meditating. You just have to be willing to try it and notice what happens. You don't have to believe that letting go reduces suffering before you practice letting go. You just have to be willing to test it in your own life and see if it's true. The Buddha's entire teaching was an invitation to experiment. I've found a way to reduce suffering. Here it is. Try it yourself. See if it works for you. That's completely different from saying, believe this, or else. But here's the thing about experiential trust. You have to give the experiment time. You can't plant bamboo, wait 3 days, see nothing, and conclude, well, this doesn't work. You can't practice meditation for a week, still feel anxious, and decide, this isn't helping me. Some things require sustained practice before the results become visible. That's not because the practice isn't working. It's because the kind of transformation it creates happens deep, at the level of roots, invisible to quick measurement. Think about your own life. Have you ever tried something briefly and then quit because you didn't see immediate results? Maybe you started exercising and stopped after 2 weeks because you didn't look different yet. But those 2 weeks were building cardiovascular endurance, strengthening muscles, creating a foundation that would eventually show up in ways you could see. Maybe you tried being more patient with someone and gave up after a few attempts because they didn't change. But those attempts were rewiring your own neural pathways, teaching your nervous system a new way to respond, building capacity you didn't have before. The work was happening. You just couldn't see it yet. This is where trust becomes essential. Not trust that a specific outcome is guaranteed. The Buddha never promised that. But trust in the process itself. Trust that when you practice awareness, something shifts in you, even if you can't name what. Trust that when you choose compassion over judgment, you're changing your relationship with yourself, even if it doesn't feel different yet. Trust that when you keep showing up to do the work, roots are growing, even when nothing appears above ground. The farmers who plant Chinese bamboo have this trust. They've seen the cycle before. They know that 5 years of invisible work leads to 6 weeks of extraordinary growth. You might not have seen the full cycle in your own life yet. You might still be in year 3, year 4, wondering if anything is actually happening beneath the surface. But others have walked this path. The Buddha walked it. Countless practitioners over thousands of years have walked it. And they all say the same thing. Keep watering the soil. Keep practicing. Trust the process, even when you can't see the results. Not because you're naive, or because you're forcing yourself to believe something that isn't true, but because you've tested it enough to know the work is real, the roots are growing, and transformation is happening even when it's invisible. That's the trust the Buddha invites. Not blind faith, but earned trust. Trust built one day of practice at a time, one moment of choosing differently at a time, one breath at a time. Eventually, the bamboo breaks through. And when it does, you'll understand that every single day of watering, the empty-looking soil mattered. Every single practice session, when you felt like nothing was happening, it was building your foundation. Every time you showed up, even when you couldn't see progress, you were growing roots. And those roots will support you when the growth becomes visible. They'll hold you steady when life gets difficult. They'll give you the strength to reach heights you can't imagine yet. But first, you have to trust enough to keep watering the soil. There's something else about trust that the Buddha understood deeply. You don't need to see the whole path to take the next step. Imagine walking in thick fog. You can't see more than a few feet in front of you. The destination is invisible. The path ahead is unclear. You don't know what obstacles might be waiting or how long the journey will take. But you can see the ground right in front of your feet. That's enough. You take one step. The fog clears a little more ahead. You take another step. More ground becomes visible. You never see the whole path. You only ever see the next few steps. But somehow, step by step, you make it through the fog. This is how transformation actually works. You don't need to know where you'll be in 5 years. You don't need to understand the entire process before you begin. You don't need a guarantee that it will all work out the way you hope. You just need enough clarity for the next step. The next breath. The next moment of choosing awareness instead of reaction. The next time you notice you're gripping and choose to soften instead. That's all you can ever really do anyway. Take the step that's in front of you right now. And trust that if you keep doing that, taking the next visible step, then the next, you'll get where you need to go. The Buddha never promised his followers that the path would be clear from the beginning. He never said, "Follow these steps, and I guarantee you'll reach enlightenment in exactly 3 years." He said something much more honest and much more useful. Here's a practice. Try it. See what happens. If it reduces your suffering, keep going. If it doesn't, try something else. Step by step, breath by breath, moment by moment. This is how trust is actually built, not by seeing the whole journey laid out in front of you, but by taking one step and discovering you can handle it. Then taking another step and discovering the same thing. Over time, you start to trust not the path itself, because you still can't see it clearly, but your ability to walk it. You trust that whatever comes, you'll take the next step. You trust that the ground will be there when your foot comes down, even if you can't see it yet. You trust that the fog will keep clearing just enough for you to know what to do next. And that trust? It's not something you force yourself to feel or pretend to have. It's something you build through experience. Every time you take a step in the fog and don't fall, your trust deepens. Every time you practice and notice even a tiny shift, a moment of calm, a pause before reacting, a softening you didn't have before, your trust grows. Every time you look back and realize you've come further than you thought possible, you learn that the process can be trusted even when you can't see the destination. The bamboo farmer doesn't see the roots growing. But after watering the soil for a few weeks, they start to trust that something is happening down there. After a few months, that trust deepens. After a few years, even though nothing is visible above ground, they trust completely. Not because they're naive, but because they've done this before. They know how it works. They've learned that what looks like empty soil is actually the site of profound transformation. You're learning that too. With every day, you show up to practice. With every moment, you choose differently, even though you can't see immediate results. With every breath you take in the fog, trusting there will be ground beneath your next step. You're building trust. Not in certainty, because certainty doesn't exist, but in your capacity to keep walking, even without it. And that's all you need. The next step, this breath, this moment of practice. The bamboo will break through when it's ready. The fog will clear when it clears. The path will reveal itself one step at a time. Your only job is to keep watering the soil. Keep taking the next step. Keep trusting the process, even when you can't see the results. That's how transformation happens. Not all at once, not visibly, not on your timeline, but deeply, steadily, invisibly, until one day, everything shoots up 90 feet in 6 weeks, and you realize all those years of showing up mattered. All that invisible work was real. And the roots you built in darkness are what allow you to grow in the light. Near the end of his life, after teaching for 45 years, after sharing countless sutras and giving wisdom to thousands of disciples, the Buddha said something that shocked everyone who heard it. During these 45 years, I have not said anything. Not said anything? But he had taught constantly. He had explained the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, the nature of suffering, the way to liberation. He had answered questions, offered guidance, shared stories. How could he say he had not said anything? The Zen teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, calls this the roar of a great lion, the thundering silence of a Buddha. Because the Buddha understood something most of us miss. Words can point to truth, but they are not the truth itself. You can talk about peace for decades, but the talking is not the peace. You can describe liberation, but the description is not the liberation. Real understanding comes not from words, but from the silence beneath them. From direct experience that cannot be captured in language. From a knowing that lives deeper than any explanation. And so the Buddha could teach for 45 years and truthfully say he had said nothing. Because what he was really pointing toward, that spacious, profound, wordless truth, could never be contained in his words. He was asking his disciples to look beyond the finger pointing at the moon and see the moon itself. But we live in a world that's forgotten silence. There's noise everywhere. External noise, traffic, music, notifications, conversations, screens, talking at us every moment of the day. And internal noise, thoughts that never stop, plans and worries, and commentary running constantly in your head. We're so surrounded by noise that silence has become uncomfortable, even frightening. When was the last time you sat in complete silence? No music, no podcast, no TV in the background, no scrolling to fill the space. Just you, sitting quietly, with nothing to distract you from your own presence. For most people, that feels unbearable after about 30 seconds. The mind starts scrambling for something to do, something to think about, something to fill the emptiness. But what we call emptiness is actually fullness. What feels like nothing is actually everything. The Buddha taught through silence as much as through words. Sometimes more. When people asked him certain questions about the nature of the universe, about what happens after death, about things that cannot truly be known, he would remain silent. Not because he was refusing to answer, but because silence was the answer. Because some questions lead you away from truth instead of toward it. Because getting lost in speculation takes you out of this moment, which is the only place where real understanding lives. Not all questions need answers. Sometimes the question itself is the problem. What is the meaning of life? Your mind asks. And you could spend years, decades, trying to find the answer in books, or philosophy or religion. Or you could sit in silence and discover that the meaning is here, in this breath, in this moment of being alive. Not hidden in some explanation you need to uncover, but present in the simple fact of your existence. The Buddha's thundering silence was his way of saying, stop searching for truth in words and concepts. Stop trying to think your way to peace. Just be here, quiet, present, and see what reveals itself. When you first encounter real silence, not just lack of external noise, but internal quiet, it can be deeply uncomfortable. All the things you've been avoiding rise to the surface. Feelings you've been pushing down, thoughts you've been outrunning, the reality of your life without distraction to numb it. This is why we fill every moment with sound. With music, podcasts, TV, scrolling, conversation, anything to keep us from having to sit with ourselves in silence. But the Buddha taught something radical. That silence isn't something to fear. It's where healing happens. It's where you finally stop running and start inhabiting your own life. In silence, the mind begins to settle. Not immediately. At first it gets louder, more chaotic, like a snow globe that's been shaken. But if you stay with it, if you don't run away, eventually the snow settles. And underneath all that mental noise, there's a spaciousness, a stillness that was always there, just covered over by constant thinking and doing and consuming and reacting. That spaciousness isn't empty. It's alive. It's where your deepest knowing lives. It's where intuition comes from, where clarity emerges, where you can finally hear yourself think, or better yet, hear yourself without thinking. The Buddhist teacher Ajahn Chah said, "If you let go a little, you will have a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will have a lot of peace. If you let go completely, you will have complete peace." Silence is where that letting go happens. In silence, you can't hide from what's true. You can't use noise and distraction to avoid feelings you don't want to feel or thoughts you don't want to think. Everything is here, in the quiet. And at first, that's terrifying. But if you keep sitting with it, if you practice being in silence the way you might practice any other skill, something shifts. The silence stops feeling empty and starts feeling spacious. The quiet stops feeling scary and starts feeling peaceful. And you realize that underneath all the noise you've been generating, there's an ordering happening naturally. Things fall into place on their own when you're not constantly interfering. Clarity comes not from thinking harder, but from thinking less. Understanding arrives not through analysis, but through simple, quiet presence. This is what the Buddha meant by saying he had not said anything in 45 years. The real teaching wasn't in his words. It was in the silence that held them. In the space between the words where truth actually lives. You don't need more information. You don't need more teachings or techniques or explanations. You need less. You need to strip away the noise until you can hear what's always been there, quiet and clear beneath everything else. Silence isn't just something you practice alone. It's one of the most powerful ways to be with another person. Think about the people you feel closest to, the ones you truly trust. Can you sit with them in silence and feel comfortable? Not awkward silence where you're both scrambling for something to say, but easy silence, companionable silence, where nothing needs to be filled because the presence itself is enough. That's intimacy. Not constant talking, not entertainment, not performance. Just being together without the need to do anything about it. The Buddha often taught this way. He would sit with his disciples in silence, and in that shared quiet, something was transmitted that no words could convey. When someone you love is grieving, you don't need to fill the silence with platitudes or advice or attempts to fix their pain. Sometimes the most healing thing you can offer is just to sit with them. To be present without needing to make it better. Silence says, "You don't have to perform for me. You don't have to explain yourself. I'm here, and that's enough." You can practice this in small ways. Walk without your headphones in. Just walk, noticing what's around you, feeling your body move, breathing. Eat a meal in silence, really tasting the food instead of scrolling or watching something while you eat. Drive without the radio on. Sit on your couch without immediately reaching for your phone. Stand in line without needing to fill every second with distraction. These moments of silence, they're not wasted time. They're when you come back to yourself. When you remember what it feels like to simply exist, without having to do, or consume, or produce anything. And gradually, you might notice something unexpected. The silence you were avoiding starts to feel like relief. Like coming home after being away too long. Like finally setting down a weight you've been carrying without realizing it. Your nervous system settles. Your thoughts slow down. Your breath deepens. And in that quiet space, you can actually hear yourself, not the anxious voice that's always planning and worrying, but the deeper knowing underneath. The Buddha sat in silence under the Bodhi tree for 49 days before his enlightenment. Not 49 days of thinking about enlightenment or trying to figure it out. 49 days of just sitting, being quiet, letting everything settle until what was always true became clear. You don't need 49 days. You just need to begin. 5 minutes of silence a day. Just sitting, breathing, being present without filling the space with anything. It might feel uncomfortable at first. Your mind will protest. You'll want to check your phone, make a list, plan something, do anything other than just sit there. But if you stay with it, if you keep choosing silence even when it feels hard, you'll discover what the Buddha was pointing toward. That underneath all the noise, external and internal, there's a vast, peaceful silence that's always been there, waiting for you to notice it, holding space for you to come home. And in that silence, you'll find what 45 years of words could never give you. Not information about peace, but peace itself. Not descriptions of freedom, but the direct experience of being free. The Buddha said he had not said anything, because the truth he was pointing toward lives in the space between words, in the silence you've been avoiding, in the quiet that's patiently waiting for you to stop running and finally listen. A monk came to Master Joshu with great eagerness. He had just entered the monastery and was ready to learn everything about Zen, about enlightenment, about the deep truths of existence. "Master," he said, bowing respectfully, "I have just entered the monastery. Please teach me." Joshu looked at him calmly and asked a simple question. "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" The monk was confused. Rice porridge? He had come for profound wisdom, for life-changing teachings, and the master was asking about breakfast? "Yes, master," he replied. "I have eaten." Joshu nodded. "Then go wash your bowl." That was it. No elaborate philosophy. No secret teachings, no complex instructions about meditation or enlightenment. Just wash your bowl. And in that moment, something opened in the monk's understanding. He was enlightened, not because he learned something new, not because Joshu gave him a profound teaching, but because he finally understood what he'd been missing. Life isn't complicated. You eat, you wash your bowl, you do what's in front of you without making it into something more than it is. We spend so much time searching for the secret to happiness, the key to peace, the answer to our suffering. We collect teachings, read books, seek out wisdom, accumulate knowledge. But the Buddha's message was the opposite of accumulation. It was about letting go. Wash your bowl. Do what needs to be done. Stop complicating what's simple. A Buddhist monk traditionally carries only 3 things: robes to wear, mala beads to count breaths or mantras, and a bowl for alms, to receive food, to eat from, to serve, as the only possession needed for sustenance. 3 things. Not because monks are ascetics who hate comfort or joy, but because they've discovered something most of us haven't yet learned. The less you carry, the freer you are. And this isn't just about physical possessions. It's about everything you're carrying that weighs you down. The commitments you said yes to that drain your energy. The relationships you're maintaining out of obligation rather than joy. The mental clutter, the worries, the grudges, the stories about yourself that no longer serve you. The Buddha himself demonstrated this. He was born a prince, raised in luxury, given everything anyone could want. And he walked away from all of it. Not because possessions are evil or wealth is wrong, but because he discovered that external richness can't touch internal poverty. That you can have everything and still be suffering. That peace doesn't come from acquiring more. It comes from needing less. When he left the palace, he didn't just leave behind objects. He left behind the identity of prince, the expectations of his family, the security of knowing his place in the world. He stripped everything away until he could see what remained. And what remained was enough. We live in a culture that tells us the opposite story. That happiness comes from having more. More money, more success, more experiences, more stuff, more followers, more everything. And so we accumulate. We buy things we don't need. We say yes to opportunities we don't want. We collect commitments until our calendars are so full we can't breathe. We think if we just get one more thing, the right job, the perfect relationship, the bigger house, the achievement we've been chasing, then we'll finally feel satisfied. But satisfaction never comes from more. It comes from enough. The Buddha taught something called the practice of enough. Not deprivation, not poverty, but sufficiency. Having what you need, and not being driven by the endless craving for what you don't. This might be the most countercultural teaching Buddhism offers, because everything in modern life is designed to make you feel that what you have isn't enough. You're not enough. Your body isn't enough. Your achievements aren't enough. Your life isn't enough. And the solution is always the same. Buy this, do that, become this, acquire that. Keep striving, keep consuming, keep accumulating until eventually, somehow, someday, you'll have enough to finally be happy. But that day never comes. Because the feeling of not enough isn't about what you have. It's about how you're looking at what you have. You could have very little and feel abundant. Or you could have enormous wealth and still feel lacking. It's not the amount that matters. It's the relationship. The monk with 3 possessions isn't missing anything. He has robes, beads, and a bowl. And when he eats, he washes his bowl. Simple, complete, enough. What would it look like to live like that? Not necessarily with only 3 possessions. The number isn't the point. But with that same quality of sufficiency, of having what you need and not being driven by craving for more. You could start by looking at what you're carrying that you could release. Walk through your home and notice what you own that you never use, never look at, never think about until you have to move it to clean or find something else. All those things are taking up space, physical space in your home, but also mental space in your awareness. Every object you own is something you have to manage, maintain, think about, make decisions about. What would it feel like to let some of it go? Not in a frantic purge where you throw everything away and regret it later, but gradually, thoughtfully, releasing what no longer serves you. This isn't just about stuff. It's about commitments too. How many things are you doing out of obligation that don't bring you any joy or align with what you actually care about? Committees you're on, invitations you accept because you feel you should, relationships you're maintaining because you've always maintained them, even though they drain you. What if you started saying no? Not to be selfish or irresponsible, but to create space for what actually matters. To protect your energy for the people and pursuits that genuinely feed you. And it's about mental clutter too. The thoughts you carry around that serve no purpose except to make you suffer. Old resentments you replay. Judgments about yourself that aren't even true. Worries about things you can't control. Stories about how your life should be different from how it is. All of that is weight. Mental weight that exhausts you more than any physical burden. What would it feel like to put some of it down? The Buddha didn't teach minimalism as an aesthetic or a lifestyle trend. He taught it as liberation. Because the more you carry, physically, mentally, emotionally, the less free you are. Every possession owns you as much as you own it. Every commitment binds you. Every thought you cling to limits you. But when you release what you don't need, space opens up. Space for breath, for presence, for the things that truly matter. Here's what makes this practice beautiful. When you live with less, you experience more. Not more stuff, but more life. When you own fewer things, you actually appreciate what you have. That meal becomes something to savor instead of something to consume while scrolling. That shirt you wear becomes a favorite instead of getting lost in a closet full of options you never use. When your calendar isn't crammed, you can actually be present for the commitments you do have. You can listen better because your mind isn't already racing to the next thing. You can enjoy this moment because you're not exhausted from overscheduling. When your mind isn't cluttered with endless thoughts and worries, you can notice what's actually happening around you. The way light falls through a window, the expression on someone's face, the taste of water, cold and clean. These simple things become extraordinary when you're not anesthetized by excess. The monk with his 3 possessions experiences his bowl more deeply than someone with a cabinet full of dishes they never use. Because that bowl matters. He eats from it every day. He washes it mindfully. It's not just an object. It's part of his practice, part of his life. This is what living with less gives you. Not poverty, but richness. Not deprivation, but appreciation. You feel more by having less because you're no longer numbed by abundance. You're awake to what's actually here. The Buddha sat under a tree with nothing and found everything. Not because he acquired some special wisdom or achieved some extraordinary state, but because he stopped adding layers between himself and direct experience. He let go of possessions, of status, of identity, of all the noise and complexity and endless accumulation. And in that simplicity, in that radical ordinariness, he found peace. Wash your bowl. That's the teaching. Not find the perfect bowl, or collect many bowls, or spend your life seeking the ultimate bowl. Just, you have a bowl. You ate from it. Now wash it. Do what needs to be done. Don't make it complicated. Don't add unnecessary layers. Just be here, present with this simple task, this simple life, this simple moment. And in that simplicity, you might discover what Joshu's student discovered: that you already have everything you need. That peace isn't hiding in the next purchase or achievement or experience. That freedom comes not from getting more, but from needing less. You don't need to become a monk or give away all your possessions or live in a monastery. You just need to start noticing what you're carrying that you could put down. One thing at a time. One commitment at a time. One thought at a time. Release what weighs you down. Keep what serves you. And watch how much lighter life becomes when you stop trying to carry everything. The monk washed his bowl, not as a chore, not as a burden, but as a practice of sufficiency. This is enough. This moment is enough. I am enough. And in that recognition, simple, ordinary, profound, everything changes. Remember where we began. The searcher, exhausted, looking everywhere for peace, for answers, for relief from suffering. And now, after these hours together, after walking through ancient stories, mustard seeds, and muddy ponds, rafts left behind, and flowers held in silence, you've discovered something the Buddha knew all along. What you've been searching for isn't out there. It was never out there. The peace you're looking for, it's already here. The clarity you need, it's already present. The freedom you're chasing, it's already yours. These stories weren't meant to teach you something new. They were mirrors, reflecting back what you already know, but may have forgotten in all your searching. When you stop searching, everything comes to you. Not because the universe rewards you for stopping, but because you finally become still enough to notice what was always here. Thank you for walking this path with me. Wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is, you're not alone in this practice. If these stories resonated, let them settle. You don't need to do anything with them. Just let them be.